Nah, it's not really gonna matter right now, to be honest. I'm just getting
Who
sort of.
let Lofi
Not,
get
I'm
in
not
the Discord
donating.
now?
Yeah, just mute it,
Who-
bro. Just mute it. If you hate it.
Don't worry, it's been muted for like the past year.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even affect you. Don't worry about it.
It's an invasion of personal space. I sound like that guy. What was it from? Have you seen that meme? I think it was a few months back. It was like this. I forgot this this fake tech influencer. Where it's like one of the videos is like they were on like a meeting on Gather, and they're having a meeting. Then one of the people keeps like walking in the character into the other one, and it'll be like, "Get out my personal space." Oh god, I should send you. Okay. Anyway, let's. Should we kickstart?
Yes.
Okay. Show the linear screen. Cool. So past week, obviously, been working on some QA stuff, but mostly everything to do with project. Still got 10 in there to do, but let's check them. Obviously, first week, I think we underscoped some of it, but yeah, Rourke, you want to start on your side?
Yes. So just based off the code review yesterday, the part SO to prop SO rework, the prop info rework, and the custom object manager to prop manager rework are all finished. I actually forgot to drag this over as well. I finished it last night. The vehicle customization manager is now I mean, I'm gonna use the word wrong, but like a generic class that can be used on all objects. So props, vehicles, it's agnostic. So we should be able to like attach anything to anything, and as long as like attach prop and detach prop are called accordingly, the parenting and reparenting and stuff will take place. So all the basic infrastructure that's required for like the new build and prop sort of paradigm is all in place. And I think the code is pretty much crystallized. So like prop SO is unlikely to have things subtracted. Things might be added to it. Prop info is pretty much just completely crystallized. We deleted all like the dead code. The prop manager, and now it's called customization manager as opposed to vehicle customization manager, is done. So that is also like crystallized. What we need to do now is the build system basically needs to call attach prop and detach prop on these managers. So yeah, that's like the open hooks. The rest will take care of itself. So I'm good to start to work essentially on the other greenfield system. For me is the death system, so like player death and vehicle death, because beyond that I'm just working on straight props, like physics props and just building out props. So just to make sure we're on solid ground, I'm going to start working on the player and vehicle like death system.
Okay. Well, Rourke, I think we should maybe just go through quick recap just where we are at.
Yes.
Before we.
Yeah, it's probably a better move. Good move. My bad.
But yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
Just I think that'll be a good process going
Yeah.
forward. Just recap and then we assign
Yeah.
stuff for next week, just so we do this every Thursday. Um, but good. I can't. Where are you at currently?
Focusing on the inventory and loadout and that restructuring. Merged some of Rourke's changes on Tuesday, which was good. I think the new system should be ready for people to merge on Friday. The reason that we didn't merge yesterday was because I'm changing the local player and I don't want to
Mhm.
fuck up spawning and such. Also, I do at some point have to go through and like fill all of the scriptable objects back in. Um, so yeah, if I can get that done before tomorrow, then I can like comfortably be like, all right, now everybody can have like a local player that works just with a new inventory. But I will see.
Got it. That's part of tech day, isn't it?
No, KT's working on the tech that the I'm working on build 11. The scriptable objects being refilled in, I guess, is tech. Like, well, we knew it was like an expected issue, so
Got him.
yeah, it's gonna take like an hour, hour and a half of just like grind work. So I'll throw on a movie or something.
Fair enough. I guess the only thing then for you that we scoped last week, which isn't complete or in progress, is build 2. As I said, we
Yeah.
probably underscoped, right? So we'll carry on this for next week, right? I'm assuming, unless this was forgotten.
Um, yeah, actually, when I thought about it, it was like we really don't need that done before anything else. So the reason that it's back in to do is because we'd rather have the systems being worked on, like the inventory and loadout and stuff. Um, so I'm comfortable leaving that in to do for now,
Okay.
and getting to it at some point.
Fine. Yeah, I mean, obviously, this stuff is dependent. Like, no better
Yeah.
for this sequencing. Um, Good. Katie, what about you? Where are we at with the? I'm assuming build 4. That's the main thing.
Yeah, so that is actually done, and with, because we, over the week, we changed, not changed scope, we specified our scope, um, and there's actually a lot more to what I was trying to do for the build system, and we decided to go for, like a build mode with several sub ray modes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, just going off these issues, build 3 is done. So right now you can no longer get into gun hem mode and heal hem mode. Those are removed. You go into the build mode altogether, which is the previous edit hem mode, with one button. And um, before, the edit hem mode also has just some spaghetti connection to the UI panel. So you're actually in edit hem mode when you're doing UI shit, and the ray is kind of different, and sometimes it doesn't work, and just all that spaghetti. I think I counted that in sort of like the bug fixes in tech debt. So I was trying to decoupling a lot of the old um, sort of like obsolete logic on edit hand mode on irrelevant things, right? Things that are not world building, like UI, like um, the
Yeah.
ray visuals and all that. That should be in customization ray, not in edit hand mode. Um, and yeah, so that is all decoupled, and um, some local player bugs are fixed, like um, sometimes the hand visuals don't show up correctly when you just spawn or stuff like that. Things that we've noticed in, a lot of the QA sessions, even in like some of the QA builds. That should be all good now. That's because we have some like duplicate logic in different parts of the script, like edit hand mode and the overall sticky hand controller. Like it's calling some duplicate things, and that's all figured out. So build 3 should be clean and done. And build 4 placement ray ghost visualization with snap actually. So
With snap.
that's like the first ray mode uh, that I worked on. It's still work in progress, but right now um, we looked at it yesterday and we might want to not have ghosts. Basically, just moving the object because we thought it was more fun, and
Mhm.
the edge cases actually makes the experience more goofy or like more organic. So you might bring back the old moving without the ghost and let the player sit on the prop while it's being moved, you know, getting tossed into the sky, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I think that's fun. But so the only difference will be snap. So what snap is basically, think of it as a world space grid where it rounds the position of these props to integer vector threes, so that the movement when they're in the air is discrete. So this mode, I call it the free move mode, but I'm going to add a lot of sort of invisible mechanic to it, per we discussed like yesterday with Roken Khan, that we might want some surface snapping, um, and we were talking about it with like bounding box and nodes on, you know, 4 edges of the bounding box, 4 corners of the bounding box, and the dead center of the face of the bounding box, and some basic snapping will be nice. I still have to think about how to implement that. Um, so that is next step. After I finish the first raid mode, um, oh, by the way, this mode also contains how we parent objects. So when 2 things are connected, we have the option to wilt them. Basically, press a different button instead of releasing the grab button, to basically parent 2 objects, and that's also going to be in this mode. Yeah, and I also was building out the structure for supporting different raid modes. It will be an interface just like the hand modes, and we'll use the same interaction that we used for switching hand modes that I kind of liked. You know, that little pop-up UI thing that you hover onto to switch hand modes. We're probably gonna use it for raid modes. So yeah, that's my next steps.
Got it. Anything else? Yeah, you're on the tech debt task, right? KT?
Yeah, so might as well put that in progress.
Progress, right? And this is ongoing, right? This is not going to be
This is
completed.
ongoing, yes.
Understood. Okay, great. Rourke, regarding Abina's stuff, do you have any updates? Is this up to date currently?
Yes.
Because obviously he's busy, right, with in New York.
Let me just make sure if Normcore 3 was that. What the fuck is that? Oh wait, yeah, so that's still in to do. Oh yeah, fuck, I missed it. That should be in progress, and we will probably be reviewing and moving at least one of these, if not both of them, to QA today.
Got it.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Cool. Now I think we can move on to scoping, right?
Yes.
Cool. So, all right. Do we want to start off with you, Rourke, then, with So you said you want to start vehicle and player death, right?
That's right. So prop 4 is basically we're just starting to make props. So we're starting with the physics prop and everything and all the. And the way that we've structured props is that like every prop has the same components. They'll all have like prop info, a customization manager, and then they'll be configured in a certain way. So some are attachable, some aren't. So all that infrastructure is there, and I feel quite confident in it.
So prop 4 is done, sorry?
No, sorry. Prop 1 to 3 is what's in QA. So
Yeah.
prop 4 is basically, and beyond, is just us making props. We just gotta make the new physics props and stuff. So I'm fine leaving props there right now. So yeah, I'm gonna start with dead 1, and which is basically starting with player death and vehicle essentially. So dead 1, dead 2, I think would be both achievable. So that's gonna be like because I think is it 8 or 10 points per person? Yeah, I can't remember what's our budget per person. Yeah,
I think we said 10, but
Yeah.
actually, because if a day is 1, right,
Yeah.
it's a week is
Right.
right.
Yeah,
It's
but
like really should be like 5 or 6, right?
right.
Oh, well,
But yeah, so at least dead 1 and dead 2, I feel quite confident that that'll be like achievable. I'm only blocked by whatever instabilities we have with local player. So Akon's, like, what do you think your estimate is? Both you and Akon and KT to essentially take a lot of the changes that we made, like with dynamic prop and everything like that, anything that maybe affects local player and its like initialization or its state, and bringing that back in so that like you could put in like a local player into a scene or something like that right now.
I actually
you did
already do that. So you know how local player is like locked for init? I unlocked it and put it in scene 82. So that's where I test all my shit, like the customization, the prop spawning, all that. That's all in scene 82. So the local player, if you merged from me yesterday, which you did, it should work in scene 82.
Even with the changes that I made. So like
I tested your changes yesterday. The rotation stopped working for some reason. But other than that, the moving still works.
Rotation is in prop rotation.
Prop rotation.
All right,
yes.
that's fine. Yeah, everything including building, it doesn't really matter for me. It's just making sure that the local player itself still like initializes. So as long as that's good, then yeah, it's totally fine. I can start now and then it should be workable.
Yeah, I'll just have to change one line of the local player script back after we're all done with testing, so that init isn't broken.
Oh, okay. That's fine. We're
like
probably the next week's test. I will be 50-50. We're gonna check. I'm gonna check like on Monday, Tuesday about current progress, about whether or not I should aim for like an init build or just we do a scene build. But I'm comfortable doing either. So.
Yes.
Alright, give me 20 seconds. I'm just gonna get a charger of my laptop.
Yep. So yeah, Casey, for this new vehicle death system as well as player death, I think I'm just gonna create all new like base state machines. I know we have like the state machine for like hand state, and I'm fine with that, but we're gonna have like a base state machine for the player and the vehicle. So I don't think. Yeah, good.
Player death is more tricky than vehicle death because it has a lot of like things you need to turn off when player is dead. I would look into like the root of local player. It has a lot of things related to player death. You might need some of the scripts.
Yeah, that's so to your point. Yeah, I think there's gonna be some tech debt, like cleaning up essentially like hardware rig and the hand, and making sure that everything can be like shut off temporarily, because we're not gonna actually despawn anything. We're just gonna like disable and then re-enable the player. Yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah, that we already do though. Just disabling stuff, and what we are missing is hooks to respawning to specific respawn points in the scene.
No, not necessarily. We already have the spawn to the entry portal, and every scene's gonna have an entry portal.
Yeah. Yeah. So
yeah, we practically have everything.
We do, yeah. So it's literally just going to be like essentially retooling. Like, you know, we're basically adding like a disable state so that like all the movement and everything gets disabled, the camera gets frozen. We'll reuse like the vignette to show that you're like dead, and then like we'll basically call respawn. And like reassemble everything. There is one thing. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, do we want to have a quick game design discussion about this? But you go ahead.
Well, so there is one thing about player death. Like, I mean, the base experience for it for yourself, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, as long as you just die, like, or it appears like you die. But it's a great place for like personality in the game. So like the presentation of it can be like a real opportunity. And I was thinking like a very straightforward thing that we could do that I don't think is insanely unachievable is when your player dies, we just explode all of your components off into different directions. So like your head, your body, your two arms essentially have rigid bodies on them that are kinematic. And the moment you die, they become live objects temporarily. They all explode and like fly off into different directions. And they're like bounce around and stuff like that until you respawn, in which they're all made kinematic again. And like, you know, you snap back into place. Doing things that way, I think what you can actually do for like the network players, you could actually just keep it live, essentially. Like you could, you don't actually have to necessarily change anything about like the network avatar per se. You can allow like the head and the hands and stuff to still be syncing, but like those objects just get like exploded out temporarily.
What about the camera? Do you just get like a god view?
I don't think you do. I think we do it like Animal Company. You know, Animal Company, when you die, your camera's just frozen, but you're like, you can, you know, if your body was like moving, you just see that your body like, you know, kind of moved away from you, right? And
turn this into 18 plus real quick.
Yeah, oh yeah. So yeah, I think that's a fine way of doing it. We don't need to like overcomplicate it and like move the camera and then move it back. Like I think it's just freezing it in place and letting whatever, like your arms and legs that are those individual components, allow them to, jump forward.
Right. Will players be able to look around when this happens? Because having the camera frozen in VR is not like a nice.
No, it's not freezing it. It's freezing its position. So you can still look around
Right. Yeah,
and all that shit.
makes
You
sense.
just freeze where it is. Yeah.
So you freeze, you're stuck there, and then you get teleported back to the entry portal.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I was
okay.
the only other game that I've experienced death in is Animal Company, and
Mhm.
you're like out there, and then you die, and then you can you're a ghost. So I think you get frozen in place, right?
Yeah.
But you also you lose whatever you have on you,
Mm-hmm.
and you go back, and then you have to start from scratch or whatever. So I'm wondering, how can death be more of a oh shit thing than feel like an inconvenience like the disabling does? Is there something that we can take away from you? What is that in our game where you have relatively, you have unlimited resources basically.
Yeah.
Just whatever you have you can spawn. Can it be you are a ghost until you go back and find your body, so you're losing time?
No, I think it's
gotta
just
pick up your buddies.
I think it's I mean I get what you're saying, but I think it's an unnecessary, there's no stakes in our game right now,
Right.
not that you can't create stakes in creating your own minigame, right? Where death becomes more of a real inconvenience, right? But there's not really something to lose other than whatever. If you're playing a game where dying would be annoying because you lose progress because somebody made an obstacle course or something like that, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think it's I don't think we need to necessarily worry about that right now. We could make death the experience of respawning to be a unique thing. To your point, you gotta put yourself back together or something like that. But that could get a little tiresome.
Yeah.
It
No, I see your point. Making it the players have to come up with consequences. We just have this mechanic where you get teleported to the same location every time you die.
Yeah. I was even
that makes
thinking that
sense.
it wouldn't be crazy for us to have a prop that's called the respawn point, which is where if you die, we just look for the closest one. So and you respawn there. And that's a very easy way for players to create a game that's got respawn areas, and shit,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
We need that
Spawn
problem.
beacon.
yeah, spawn beacon or something, right?
Can it be destroyed?
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, why
Yeah.
not? I mean, so actually, Nikita, I'm glad you brought that up. One thing that we don't really have scoped right now is a health system. We have a death system. However, the way that we're going to go about it is I'm going to create a health system, and I'm just going to make everything that would kill you deal 1 million damage. So things will have health, but everything that can kill you right now or do damage in the game right now will just insta kill you.
Right.
Only reason for
Why
that
aren't
is
we having a progressive health bar?
because I don't want to keep track of that right now. I don't want to have to think about that oh, how do you display health? What does damage look like? What is more damage versus less damage? It's just a headache that is not worth thinking about. Plus, I think it's we don't have a combat system, and I think that it'd be nice for us to introduce that as a whole thing. We've thought about it. We created some 5 props that you can shoot each other with, so I think for now we can leave it, but we will have we'll have a landmine, for instance, that'll just blow you up, right? And I think and as long as we do it based off of a state machine, then flipping to that state too could be something that you can just do instantaneously, even subverting the health system. So we'll have like those two options. But the reason why I'm glad you brought up can things like can the respawn point die? So props, I think by their nature, I think it's worth discussing whether they should be destructible. Because right now what we do is we have vehicles and players can be destructible. So if a vehicle explodes, everything that was attached to it explodes, right? If a player explodes, basically the player itself explodes. It wouldn't be overtly difficult for me to add the health component to, or like the state machine that would be used for the death system to props. It would just be, I think I would just have to scope an extra issue for it, because it may be slightly different, right? It'll probably be like more like the vehicle one, but like slightly retooled. But if we think that's worth making room for now, I'm down to do it. So any thoughts on making sure that props can be individually destroyed?
I like it.
Don't you need guns though or something?
Well,
Combat?
it's not like the players aren't gonna know really right now, right? They're not gonna notice. It's just about making it an option, like for the future.
Then do it.
Yeah. Okay.
But maybe for now, what's sufficient is being able to steal and move them, because that has a similar effect.
Okay. So I'll add. Let me add another.
Or maybe you could turn them off if you could interact with them, like as an enemy, and you could turn off the respawn point. Maybe that's enough for now to give it because also like KT was saying, and you were saying, people are gonna make whole games about them, so you should give it enough complexity. Think about it from if someone is respawning constantly by the point, it's probably not actually very useful unless you could turn it off or something.
Right. Yeah.
I was going to already
be able
make
to steal it, because if you just kept on respawning in the same place, the user wouldn't even have enough time to steal it because you just respawn back at it. So maybe turning it off or having a death timer, so you're dead and there's a timeout of 5 to 10 seconds or something. Just some thoughts. Sorry,
Yeah,
KT, I was
it's not wrong.
interrupting you.
Yeah, no, we mentioned having activatable props early on. So I was already gonna make a ray mode activation basically. So you can turn, it's basically like a toggle ray that turns whatever prop on if they can be turned on.
Got it.
Yeah. So I'm glad you mentioned that. Props currently allow for that, so they have a toggle is activated. So it'll just be flipping that flag.
Yes.
All right. Is that clear on death? Any more discussion, or should we move on?
I have a quick question. What do you think that the main source of damage is going to be currently?
So
is it going to be fall damage?
I'm glad you asked. That is a design discussion that is worth having. What I want to do with this death system is I want to make sure that basically we could make those changes very easily. So it's not we don't have to think and architect it assuming that one or the other. So basically if with the health based system that's hidden as well as the state machine, it's very easy for to have a component that could add in a certain individual context add like 1,000,000 damage to the car, right? So a landmine, if it's tripped, it's a single responsibility thing, right? It just looks for whatever's attached to it, searches for the fucking, what is it, death system? Or whatever my state, health system is, and then just adds 1,000,000 damage, right? If you wanted, you could have like a checker, which adds, like on the vehicle, that checks for fall damage or speed damage, right? It's like the collision module that, like, if you crash into something over a given velocity, it like destroys you, right? But it should all be single responsibility, basically. So the short answer is anything can damage you. Hopefully the system should make it that we don't have to think foundationally about what can damage you. If that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense.
All right. Okay. Well, I think that's Rourke, your issue scoped, right, for this week? D5 as well. Let's see.
Yes. So I can remove that. But I don't think this will be like a 1-point thing, actually, because I'll just be inheriting from one of these other things.
Got it. Cool. So that's you done, right, for next week?
Yes.
Super. Let's move on to KT.
Yes.
KT, you working on continuing with building rework?
Yeah.
Or okay. Not moving on to props yet. Got you. So, I know most of these are assigned to Khan. I mean, I guess, Khan, we can then just do this together, right? Because you guys are working on the same task. So, in terms of next week, what are the next priorities for you guys?
For me, it's definitely finishing that first raid mode and then working on the second one. So the whole build system is, if you think about it, it's just like several raid modes, with the ability to turn on the build system altogether and like use different raid modes conveniently. I have to like test for every raid mode. I have to test if like it's actually helpful to have them. Because when we have many raid modes, it can easily become like annoying. Like there's like one thing you want to do and you have to go to 3 raid modes to do it. That's obviously not what we want. So it's, for me right now, it's just finding that sweet balance between, okay, like I can easily use all these different tools to do different things, and most of the task that I want to do, I can just do it inside one mode. But yeah, for me, it's mainly designing and implementing that system, with some smart snapping and stuff. Hopefully by this time next week, I can have like a pretty complete system.
Right. So it's made up of designing rare modes and I guess implementing it, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, where'd that go? Right. Okay, so in that case, I guess we'll scope up these design to, let's say, 6 points total.
Yeah, that's about right.
Put 3 on each. Okay. So, why does it say fail QA? Okay. Got it. So that's being scoped up, I guess. Now, Con, what about you?
Yeah, for me, it's probably going to be the minimal build hotbar, which is build 6.
Got it.
And just that interaction of dragging out and spawning from the hotbar. So actually, that should probably be closer to 3 or 4 points.
Yes. So this is what did you say? Around 4 points.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, here maybe it's more like the spawning, right? Like being able to spawn.
Right. And like, how do they scroll around you?
Spawning.
That thing.
But UX of menu.
Yeah.
Parts. Okay. I won't scope these because the whole thing is already scoped, and then you can change them however you want.
Okay.
All right.
Actually, sorry, my bad. Keep going.
I think we're about done. Ocon, is that it? Because I know you're still working on invention loadout, right? So
Yeah.
is that enough for a
No,
week?
that's it. Because part of the work for inventory loadout goes into the build hotbar.
Got you. And then assuming we get all this done, what's remaining is, from the build project is snapping, base sticky behavior, deleting. Is this going to be handled though by KT because you're working with snapping, or is this still to do? Just, is this still accurate in terms of what's remaining after the to do?
Sorry, which part?
Are the pending tasks still accurate towards the roadmap for this project? Like, is it out of date, or are these still the remaining things after?
No, they're still. I think they're still relevant. Duplicate, deleting, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Cool. Rourke, I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, my bad. I was so just to set the proper expectations, just looking at to do, in theory there's a build next week that includes us jumping into a scene. You know, that could be hard coded, we don't have to go through it necessarily, but jump through into a scene, spawning props, that should be saying props, not parts, props, from a menu, attaching those props to a vehicle, to each other, detaching them, and being able to basically die and explode, at least the player and the vehicle. Does that sound achievable?
Yes. I don't know about the die part.
Well, I mean that's me. So I mean that's my estimate. And I think it is.
Okay.
At least the rudimentary part of it. It might be a separate. It might be a separate like module. You know, it could be like a separate build, but the system will be there. Okay. Well, as long as we feel that way, which then we should be very much on track. So this is a big week. I think this is very, very big. I think if we get through this set of work, I think we're going to feel really comfortable about the MVP. Because remember, we're making MVP here. So things could be slightly unpolished, slightly rough around the edges. Players just need to feel like they get the system, and we need to be able to improve it. So, let's do it. I feel good.
Great. Well, I think that's all the scope for this week. 24 to do, and then we got some in progress stuff.
So expect, so Ben is actually coming over right now. So
Oh yeah, business. Sorry, I was about to I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
So
Live ops, right?
that's right. So we will do this Unity 6 stuff. We'll prio it and the normcore stuff today. I think we should be able to crank through it, to be honest. What is going to happen is that probably Friday, if we do get through the whole thing today, Friday's code review will include a merge. Even though it's normally just a traditional code review, we will have like a merge because we just need to make sure everybody's up to the latest versions of shit and deal with those issues early. Yeah.
Yes.
So plan for that.
Okay. Do we want to assign anything to a binner, or we can just let a binner independently do this?
Yeah, why don't we, after today and like tomorrow, basically, Nikita, we can circle back with a bit of, fuck, I just said circle back, Christ. We could
Yeah, we'll check in.
We'll check in with Abina on like Monday, and then we can rescope with him.
I mean, it is a pretty independent roadmap
Yeah.
anyway, right? So
Yeah.
it's fine. Okay, well, I think that's most of it.
Yep.
Pretty much everything sorted. Any more thoughts, guys?
I don't think so.
Yep.
Great. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow then.
All right.
Sounds good.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Peace, bro.
Bye.
All right.
I'm gonna eat this eggs, and I'll be right back.
Yes. I'm also gonna eat these eggs, and I'm gonna come back.
All right. Later. And it's now just me. So, I'm glad you asked. I don't even know who followed me, by the way. I fucking missed I was gonna say thank you, but, whoever that was. So today, I am putting in a new player and vehicle death system. So you may have heard us talking about it a little bit. Right now in our game, there is a damage system and we have a disable system. So if you get damaged and your health goes to 0 or your vehicle's health goes to 0, you get disabled. So it like you stop and freeze, or like the vehicle stops and freezes, basically. That's cool and all, but it doesn't really. Death is like especially in a sandbox environment, it's such an important thing because failure is a fun moment. Like, because failure is something that you want to maybe try to avoid. And when it does happen, it could be like a positive feedback loop for players. Yeah, so we need to essentially allow players to actually like feel like they've died and need to respawn. And so the way that it'll work in our sandboxes is we have this like entry portal that everybody comes into the sandbox to, and that's like your respawn point as from default. We'll probably also create like respawn points as being like a spawnable prop as well, but this will be like our normal way of going about it. So yeah, that's essentially the flow. And so we just need to change our current system to include that. But right now our health system it's just not, we had a rush when we sort of made it. It could be improved. Health, you can start out making it in games being as simple as like, you start at 100, once you get to 0, you're dead. Just that's like the whole script. But in reality, like it's you have a lot of different situations that can cause death, and sometimes it's nicer to have like a little bit more control. So we'll create basically a basic state machine, most likely for players. What's the state machine is essentially just like, you see it a lot in character controllers. Like when I'm walking, I'm jumping, I'm sliding, right? Or if I'm shooting a gun, like I'm either shooting, reloading, aiming. Like those are sort of hierarchical state machines. And it's because you want to make sure that when you're in a certain state that you can't move to other states, right? So if I'm in like if I'm dead, I can't move, right? But if I'm alive, I can move, right? It's something as simple as that. Or if I'm dead, if I'm in my death state, my camera will do something different, right? And just creating that division allows you, if you want to customize that more. Like if you have like a version 1 of death that looks very simple, but you want to make like a cooler version of death down the road where like the camera pans to the sky and stuff like that, you can make room for that. Well, okay, I'm very glad you asked. Starting out, we're just going to have alive and death. We're going to remove disabled. But the cool part about a state machine is that it's very easy to add another state. So if you want to add another possible state the player can be in, you can add it. So you could add a disabled state, and it's easier to do that, right? Like than having to create like a whole other system that somehow sits like tangential to like your current health system, but like also works in its own way, and then you have to worry about like how they interact. It's just easier to create like another state, like, oh, you could also maybe be disabled. And so we're going to create like a basic state machine that probably will look sort of redundant at the beginning because it's like you're over engineering the thing, because we have like a state machine where it's literally just like you're either alive or you're dead, and the things that can kill you instantly. So like, why do you have a state machine? But again, it's just future proofing, right? It's making our lives easier, and it's not incredibly hard to make, so we might as well make it. And then what we're going to do is we have a current health system where damage can be applied to the player. We're going to keep that system, but we're probably going to simplify it because right now it has a lot of things where like it's sort of the health system and the disabling system are intertwined. It's a bit of a spaghetti. So we want to break that responsibility out into single responsibilities. So like the health system, all it cares about is just tracking health, and then the state machine is what really determines whether you're alive or dead, and then we'll have things that respond to that state machine. So the health system, we're just going to simplify. We're going to create a very, very straightforward one that, you know, refreshes on like change of state from alive or dead to alive, you know, yada, yada, yada. And that health system is really just going to be future proofing. We're not going to consider you having like 80% health for now. If something kills you, we are just going to have it deal like, you know, 1 million damage, essentially. Like, that's how like a lot of games do like instant death. Or they just flip the state machine for you. But sometimes that can cause like some weird issues. So sometimes it's just easier to do like 1 million damage. And yeah, and that's essentially the work that we're doing. And so we're going to handle everything for the state machine, everything that happens in terms of like triggering death. And then we're going to rework the stuff for what happens after death. Like essentially like, what does death look like? Right now, our simple disable is like you get this vignette that's all red, and your hands like disable, and you can still kind of move them. We're probably going to keep some of that function, so we're going to keep you're frozen in place, so you can't move. You get this vignette that is all red. But I think it could be fun to add some flair. Like, what if you died, like your body just like explodes, and all, because you're sort of a robot with like this floating head and floating body and floating arms. What if they all like went and like flew off into different directions? Wouldn't that be fun, right? I think that could be, really, cool, right? So we can give that essentially give that a try. Yeah, exactly. That could be like something customizable in the game even. I didn't even think about that. That's very cool, right? Like, so yeah, I think it's that's a kind of what we're gonna do essentially, and that should take us from probably today until next Tuesday, Wednesday, roughly. Because our schedule is basically we scope on Thursday, we work until Wednesday. Wednesday afternoon, that conversation that you were around for is our code review, but also includes like a merge. And generally, in that merge process, we merge everything, and then we test it, and then we build a version of the game to then do a QA test, quality assurance, on Thursday morning. And then based on that QA test, we determine if things failed or succeeded. And those things that failed get put back into, like, they need revisions, so that like stalls that progress. Or it's passed, and then we move, basically. Molotov cocktails are still going to be a thing in the game, right? Yes. So, I'm glad you asked. So, a lot of our new props in the game, we're starting out with this damage system being essentially insta-kill. So, like, one of the new props that we're going to put into the game is, like a landmine. And if you drive over the landmine, you explode, right? It's easy breezy, right? Now, if you fuck, what am I saying? We want to introduce like damage as like more of a ongoing thing, right? We have a couple of props that are in mind. A Molotov, something that lights things on fire, being one of them. essentially what you would do is it could be broken, and if it's broken, or like when it's thrown, the area that it's in will like cast like a bubble basically. And if you're in that area for any meaningful time, whatever is in that area will be dealt damage. And it's probably going to be, we'll see about how we want to handle that, because damage is a difficult thing. Damage is, when you have damage, you need to make it clear that something is damaged, right? Which is a challenging concept, right? Like something that's damaged, you can show that it's damaged in a million different ways. I thought about this thing when I was very sleep deprived, so it may sound stupid, but how about when you make a curse bottle and you throw it on someone? Yeah, no, I mean, that's fire. Yeah, exactly. Again, another state, right? Like cursed. It's very easy to add like a cursed state, right? And when you're cursed, it's essentially like being normal, but only your camera gets affected, right? See how adding a state machine allows you to extend this function much more broadly in the future, if you want to. But yeah, so the challenge with damage is this idea that you have to display something in all the different types of damage. So like, how do I show that something's like full health versus half health versus like quarter health versus almost dead? It's like you can have a health bar, but having everything have a health bar is like kind of lame, right? Especially if it's like in world, right? So okay, then some games will do like a damage state where like if I'm damaged, you'll see like maybe it's more crumbly, or like there's like a texture on it that looks like it's cracking or something like that, right? Or people will do like they'll fade things off to red, or they'll have like a blinking animation that makes it like look like it's damaged. All these things are different ways to essentially show that something's damaged, but they all come with trade-offs, right? Like, especially in a very restricted graphics environment like a Quest, you have to really think about every asset and how those assets can be like bundled and batched for rendering. And so if any one of those assets changes, if I have like 1 million copies of the same rocket and then one of those copies changes, I now have to dedicate a whole other set pass call for that one rocket. So if it changes color, for instance, and that's fine if it's like one thing, but what if you suddenly have 100 things that are all damaged, right? And they're all damaged in slightly different ways. Do we lose our ability to like batch those things when it comes to rendering, or instance, I should say, rather? But there are ways to get around that, right? If you plan ahead, or if you like create like a new bucket for like instance objects that are damaged and they feel all share the same atlases or things like that, then maybe it's slightly more feasible. It's just all to say that damage is like it's a big consideration, And I don't think we necessarily lose anything at the early stages of our sandbox by just introducing death, because death is funny. Like, as long as you make death funny and death like a fun sort of event, you can lean on just instant death as being something that is, without having to really think about damage, because damage only really becomes sort of relevant when you have like combat and modes or props that like encourage players to try and like fight each other over sustained periods of time, where like skill might be involved, right? Or like some sort of adventure mode, or some like dungeon crawling mode where like or survival mode where damage becomes more important, right? when it's really a pure sandbox, especially like a very casual one to start, damage versus death is damage is less important. Death as a concept is just more important, just being present. And it also helps you define like the limits of your game a little bit more. It helps you define like what you can push as a player. It's very easy to allow a player to die if they like crash into a wall too fast, right? And that tells the player like, oh, if I move too fast and I crash into something, I will die. And so let me be more conscious about like my driving or how I build levels, right? And that push and pull is quite nice without the need for a middle state that could muddy the waters, like damage, like a damage state. So yeah, well, a lot of the things that cause damage will be like probably on the shelf for a little bit, but it's in there. All right, let's let's get our boy going here. Let's first look at local player. Alright, that all seems fine. So player control manager is one of the things that deals with death. So disable controls is what we currently do for death, right? Which I like. Got all that. Got all that. So this I think we'll keep a lot of. Let's actually let's move this to the front of our pin here. Alright, yeah, I gotta pin it. Fuck. My bad. My bad, G. Alright. Nico, I love you, but alright, let's get you somewhere to sit. Thank you. Alright, now just go chill up there. I need my tabs. Okay, so looking at what else we got here. Health controller. So health color change. It's going to be something that we definitely used. We may remove that. There's the health color change. So you probably want to going to be doing a decent amount of refactoring to hardware rig. Because, Christ, it is... well, it's actually not that bad. Might as well just get the character controller in here. Self color change, really? Clear health UI. The fuck is it? What's good, man? I got you. It should be unlocking here in a sec. Alright, 1 sec. I'll be right back. Just got a friend hopping in the apartment. You going backwards? All right.
Why do humans have to sleep? All right, back to work.
There's a demon haunting our store, Malvo! I can prove it!
Actually, Miss Serena, demons do not exist.
Then what the hell is that?
You're out of time, sweetheart.
It's a demon!
Hello, beloved customer. Please refrain from breaking and entering.
Why is there a countdown on me?
You drank our newest product, didn't ya? Soon you'll be sleeping permanently, and your soul will be ours.
What? I never agreed to any of this.
You sign the receipts.
So, if I fall asleep, I die.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't worry, I'll save you! I'm a demon hunter!
What kind of demon hunter is scared of demons?
Salt! Demons are weak to salt!
Now, you're gonna tell me how to break this curse.
Why don't we strike a deal?
My dad said never to strike deals with demons!
I got this. Talk to me, you little shit!
Okay, I'll talk. You want to break the curse? You'll have to bring it up with upper management. Trash identified. Hey, what are you doing? Removing trash. Hey, put me down! Hey, guys! Where's he taking me? Guys!
Faster and cleaner, Chef.
Chef.
So I think. custom behaviors that trigger when objects come in or out of view. For example, here you can see these objects smoothly fade in as they enter the camera frustum and fade out when they leave. With this API, we get direct access to those culling checks and the freedom to decide what happens at the script level. This means we can implement all kinds of interesting behaviors whenever an object is culled or whenever it becomes visible. In this video, we're going to make use of that API to implement a few different behaviors step by step. Let's get into it. Okay, well, let's write some code. The first class I'm going to write is just going to be a stub. I'm going to call it culling target. We're going to add a culling target component to every object in our game that we want to be affected by our custom culling logic. It only needs 2 stub methods for now. What do we want to do when we turn this object on and when we turn it off? We can have different behavior running in these methods, and we'll come back and fill it out towards the end of the video. This is all going to be controlled by another script that we'll call the culling manager. We're going to implement this as a generic singleton, a class that we've created previously on this channel and is part of our Unity utilities library. So you can have a look at that afterwards if you're interested in learning about generic singletons. While it's not strictly necessary to make this a singleton, what we do need is a reference to our camera. We can also restrict which objects we're going to include in our culling group by setting a max distance, maybe some layers that they have to be part of, or some tags that they have to have, and then we can set an update interval, which is how frequently we want to update the culling group. Now we're going to make use of Unity's culling group object, which is going to hold all of the bounding spheres for our targets and keep track of 2 things for each of them. Is it visible from our camera, and which distance band it currently sits in. You can think of distance bands like rings on a target. Each ring represents a distance away from the origin point, and the part of each band that falls within the camera frustum determines whether an object should be visible or not. Now, every object inside the culling group will be represented by a bounding sphere. This is just a simple ball that is defined by a center point and a radius that we can use for these quick visibility and distance checks. The culling group expects the bounding spheres to be collected in a raw array. We can associate each one of these balls with a culling target. That's the stub we created earlier. And we can associate each culling target with an index in our bounding sphere array. For convenience, let's keep track of the number of active entries, and we're going to keep track of time between each update interval. We'll have a scratch array for when we perform queries against the culling group, and we can store any of those tags that we want to use into a hash set. Now let's collapse this up and configure our culling group. In our awake method, the first thing I'm going to do is call the awake method of our generic singleton. Then let's check to see if we've defined a culling camera in the inspector. If not, we'll just use camera.main. For our culling group, let's instantiate a new culling group. Each culling group has a callback method that will fire whenever the state changes. So let's have a method to handle that. These callbacks take in a culling group event, and we're going to fill out this method in just a little bit. For now, let's hook this method into the onStateChanged callback. Then let's set the target camera of the group to be our camera. We'll pass in our sphere array by reference, and we'll start with 0 active spheres. Distances will be measured from the camera transform. You could set it to be something else if you wanted. And then we can set our bounding distances. For today's example, I'm just going to use 1 band, but for example, you could specify multiple bands. You just have to remember to put them in increasing order, so put the smallest one first in the array. I'll just comment this out for now, but I'll leave this as part of the source code. The last thing we're going to do is put all of those cullable tags that might have been defined in the inspector into our hash set. Now, you might want to limit which objects you actually want to include in your culling group. We could have a method here that takes in a game object, and maybe we limit it so that we're only affecting game objects that are on an allowed layer and have a whitelisted tag. We can make use of this helper in the callback method. So if we come back up to onStateChanged, here we can use the event that was passed in to get the index of the object that fired the callback. If for some reason the entry in the owner's array is null, we just bail out early. Then we can make use of our helper. We could say, if the object isn't in our allowed layers or tag set, we'll just force it to be on and we'll exit. Otherwise, the event also sends back a current distance, and this relates to which band our object is in. Now we only defined 1 band, and it starts counting at 0. So we know that if the current distance value is 0, then it's in range. We can make use of another property, is visible, and together with in range, we know that we should toggle this culling target on. Or if this object is not visible or it's not in range, then we're just going to toggle it off. So let's come back to to the
at
top
this
and
big
make a little
honey
bit of room
scandal that's
because we're
going
going to
on.
need
If
a
you're not
way
familiar
for
with honey,
culling
honey is
targets
one of
to
those
register
coupon
and deregister
Chrome
themselves.
extensions, which
In the
means
register
all of its
method,
code
first
is
of all, let's have a
available for
guard
me to
clause.
look at.
Now,
And so
if
I
we've
can
reached
take
the
a
max
look
length of our
at the
spheres
things that
array,
are being
we can
alleged in these
resize
YouTube
it and
videos, and I
then
can actually see,
rebind it to our
is this
culling
happening?
group.
But
Once
more
we're
so
past
with
that,
when it
let's
comes to
append
extensions,
the
I can actually
owner
look
and record its
over
index.
time
Then we can
and
initialize
see,
its sphere
were
from
these
the current
bad
position
decisions
and
being
radius.
made,
I'll
and
hard code it
have
for now, but
software
we'll make this a
engineers
property
who are
of our
stealing
culling
money from
target. Let's
influencers.
bump
But
the
what I
active
did,
count,
let
and
me
then
show you
let's
what that
tell the
looks
group
like
how
on
many
honey.
entries to
Let's visit
consider. When
at
we
least a quick
deregister, we want to do basically
I
the
can look
inverse.
at
First,
the
let's start with
JSON
the
that's
guard
coming
clause.
down,
If
and
the
I
group
can
is
understand it.
gone
Not
or
only
the target
that,
isn't
but the
tracked, we
power
bail
of
out early.
AI will
Now,
allow
when
me
we
to
remove
search
a
through
target, we
minified
can't just
code
clear
at
its slot.
speeds
That would leave a
unbeknownst
gap
to
and
me,
break our
just
indexing.
throughout my entire
Instead,
programming
Unity
universe.
uses an
So
erase
what we
and
did is
swap
that we
back
first
pattern.
got a
It takes
bunch
the
of
last
versions of
active
honey.
entry
So the
and
ones that I
swaps
kind
it
of
into
went
the
through were
slot we're
starting from about
deleting and then
February
shrinks the count by
2019
one.
all the
So
way
first
up
we're going to
until
call the
present day,
erase swapback method on
1901.
the
And
culling
with that,
group
what I wanted
instance.
to do
This
is
updates Unity's internal native state so that from the engine's point of view, the spheres stay dense with no gaps. Then we're going to call the static method of the same name, our finds a few different behaviors. I'm also going to mine sits manager and just so let's just make sure we can invoke. You can see that it's a URP lit shader, and we added this singleton script to it, and I've set it to only cull objects that are on the layer named culling and that also have the tag named culling, and I've already created both of those and assigned them to my enemy prefab. So the setup is minimal. Let's go into play mode. Let's just get a little better view into the scene. So I've spawned in 100 of my enemy prefabs, and at the start, none of our custom logic has run because our toggle off method hasn't run yet. So if I spin the camera around, as I look away from each of the enemies, the toggle off method will fire, and you'll see they'll all start to fade out of view. Eventually, you'll start to see them fading in and out only in the direction that I'm actually pointing the camera. Now, of course, you could start with them all faded out as well, but this is just a demo. Notice too, I added a little counter in the game view so that I can see how many are visible and how many have been culled. So you can probably imagine how easy it is to add more types of behavior to this. Maybe you want some kind of dissolve VFX. Maybe you want sounds to play. Maybe you
go, okay, first off, is this like user point kind of deciding when to and when not to show the stand down menu? Does it exist? Yes, it does quite exist. But the real question was, had it like changed? Because I've worked at a big company, right? You've worked at a big company, I'm sure you have, or some of you have, and you know that sometimes code just sticks around. You know, it's like whoopsie poopsies, it's just still there. No one's changed it in 5 years. That's just the way it is. And that's kind of what I was looking for, which is, did the code stick around, or has there been changes that were significant, not like little bug fixes? All right, so to avoid being copyrighted, because apparently PayPal lawyers will copyright, hit them with the DMCA, anyone that actually shows the code. That means I have to do this weird charade dance on the old blackboard to show you what was happening. So starting in version 11, remember, which is about 2019, this version did have the stand down logic. It did even have things that were called SSD stand down logics providers, and that's 2019 under version 11. And down logics, it matched the JSON file that comes down with a bunch of data. Here is my stand down of a user that's like not logged in at all, the most basic stuff. And here you can see UP is user points. ADB is like add block last time used. There's also is account logged in, and there's some other fields that seem to crop up every now and then. So what's interesting is in 2019 under version 11, things often looked like this. There's like a giant switch statement that ended up having these cases where it's just like, okay, hey, do we test for an email? And yes, it literally had a string. Does this email contain test? Then always stand down, which by the way, shady. It's avoiding these link testing accounts to come in to have like link share test to go see, does this actually work? Because let's just face it, who here hasn't had a tester account that does not contain the test? I most certainly have. But nonetheless, this right here was an explicit check. If you have the word test in your email anywhere, it will disable you. But more so, this was already talked about, but more so the things that were really confusing is it'd go through a series of checks, and it would be like, hey, is the provider that is currently active equal to LS, which is link share? If it is, I want you to apply these exact rules. And then later on, it had this check where it'd go through all the rules that it figured out, and then it'd go one by one in a little for loop going through each one of these rules and checking, do any of them fail? If any of them fail, it would stand down. So this was a fairly kind of hard-coded process, as you can see, because there was like literal lines saying like, if link share, do this action. If we're in this other provider, do something else. Now, I, of course, have been on many of projects where this kind of stuff just happens. This is totally normal. You start off where you're like, okay, hey, we might have 1 or 2 providers, and that's that. So I'll just put a little couple hard code edge cases in here, and we'll just make sure things get taken care of in a certain way. We stand down for some amount of duration, which, by the way, was not a very long part. You should watch Megaleg's video to find out exactly how just awful the rules actually were. But again, my goal is to go, okay, did they make changes to the code? Were there bug fixes? What happened? Well, this is where things get a little bit confusing. Because between the versions 11 through 14, which I believe is all the way up until 2022, yes, 2022, things remained pretty much a constant. Nothing really changed, a little bit of edits, nothing to really show much. But starting around, I believe in version 16, they decided to go a bit more intense when it comes to software engineering. Now, we all know, what do you do whenever you have a bunch of if statements that are kind of doing this like wrapping of data and kind of doing a basic mutation on an object? Well, you would want to drive it through some sort of config. You'd want to drive it through something that is a bit more dynamic to make it a little bit easier, and that's exactly what they did. So if we go back here and look at the data that is coming down from me, a non-logged in Honey user, you will see right here is that I have a base class. This base class will become the base object for how Honey determines. Right now, for this non-logged in user base class, I require 65,000 user points for Honey to not stand down. If I have less than 65,000 points, remember I'm not logged in, so I have 0 points, it will say, sorry, I'm standing down. I'm avoiding this. Now, when it gets that base, what it then does is it checks how did it get here, where did we get here, why did we get here, and it does the next check. Was this from one of these affiliate networks? And then it will start wrapping things. So, okay, so if I come from a link share place, it will now only make my points required 5,001. It will edit this base object. It's actually doing the better, more sophisticated engineering. It's not a series of hard-coded if statements anymore. Instead, it's doing an actual, hey, take .base, then I want to say, do you have my provider? If you have my provider, I want to spread in my provider's values or just an empty object. And then it did something even more wild, which is all of these right here under X. These are all store specific values. Then it would check, hey, whatever store I'm currently in, I also want to put on those values as well. And then it would go and do the basic rule logic, showing that it's not anymore under some sort of maintenance mode. It's showing that it's no longer kind of this hard-coded, hacky thing that's been existing for like a decade. Instead, they went from that, and in 2024, they said, you know what? We need to be more robust, and we need to be able to make more decisions about more stores and more providers in a more kind of easier to maintain fashion. This was software engineering, people, and they did it. So when I look at this, what I see is that over time, they have made changes to make their system better, which means that there is an intent behind it. They want to keep whatever this system is doing, whether it is or is not fraudulent. I cannot say, that's for somebody else to decide, but I can at least say that their decisions have been to make it more robust and better. And given the fact that the general perception is absolutely the strangest thing I have ever seen. I tried to do some reading up on it. I'm not a plugin developer expert when it comes to Chrome, so I had no idea why anyone would ever run JavaScript in JavaScript. But what Honey does is it actually has Acorn, which is a JavaScript parser and produces an AST from valid JavaScript. And it takes this, evaluates JavaScript, and then feeds it into this Vim engine. Now, there's several references within the code that actually refer to this other object called cart ops retrieval.js and product ops retrieval.js, which sometimes is not null, actually contains code. And it also refers to this JS code, which is also not null sometimes, like right here, it's actual real JavaScript. But as far as I could tell, it's not actually executing any of this code. I tried to set some breakpoints. I never actually got to the point of making it trigger, but nonetheless, this does exist. They have the apparatus set up to be able to execute remote code on your terms of service, because if you look at the additional requirements for the manifest v3 for anyone that's doing this, is you should not be allowed to use JavaScript eval. Okay, so we're not going to do that. We're not going to eval. What we're going to do is we're gonna hard code some operations we don't want other plugins know we're doing, and then we're gonna incorporate an entire JavaScript engine to run them to further obfuscate what we are doing. Which is funny because this v3 right here, it seems like it was designed for Honey specifically because it said Rube Goldberg level I have ever seen. But furthermore, the dynamic rules for doing the stand down stuff, they're robust. Whatever the purpose is, whether it is or isn't fraudulent, it has been designed to be dynamic and to be controlled via JSON on a per store, per provider, and per user basis. But anyways, I want to give a special shout out.
You want something special to happen when a certain number of them are visible. The sky is the limit. That's where we're going to wrap it up for today. Don't forget, we've got in and out only in the direction that I'm actually pointing the camera.
Yo.
Oh, hey, KT. Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, wait, can't hear you. Give me
Okay.
some headphones.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Yeah.
All right. Word. So, yeah. Hold on, let me.
Hey,
Oh wait, shit. Hold on. There we go.
Wait, what? I didn't see you.
Yeah.
There we go.
So,
What's up? What's good, man?
hold on, let me. It's the way that I normally do this. Yeah, we're hanging out, figuring shit out.
Nice.
So I just wanted to ask mainly about health.
Yes.
So health, which, so I have these components that I guess I'm trying to understand. So when I look at the local player prefab, the only thing I see on the actual local player is health color change. So I assume that things like local health monitor, health manager sync, those kind of things get added dynamically.
No. So the health manager should be the health manager sync. I think it's on the network player, and in the scene there is a dictionary. When I was first trying to do
That's good.
health,
Turn
and
it
I
up. It's
realized
easier.
that
It's easier
you
to hear.
cannot really edit. Yeah, you can't really edit like other players' health unless you use like a public dictionary where everybody can write into it. So that has been, at least so far, how we do health. So if you go to scene 82,
Yeah.
it's also in it. I know we like initialized it properly, but in scene 82 there is uh, there's something called health manager in the scene, and that uses the health model, and it has the component health manager sync on it. So wait, my bad. So it's not on the network player. It's actually in the scene.
Okay.
And basically, it has like a data. It has like a value for each player. And every time the health changes, the player communicates with this health manager, and the health manager, like the change health is called basically, to sort of change the value of that player.
So basically, there's no real local health anymore. It's literally just like the health is always via like real time. Your health is getting updated at the moment.
It has to. I think I don't see like a way that we can have like local health, because it won't sync to other players.
Well, I'm not really super worried about that necessarily right now. I mean, we shouldn't have local health per se, but we can have the way that health is updated be local, which I guess it currently is, because that is kind of what Normcore still does. So I understand, the scripts that are actually currently involved in health are health manager sync, health color health color change, player control manager, and the rest are just sort of UI stuff. So like local health monitor and player health UI are more like, because local health monitor looks like it does shit, but I don't know if you use it anymore.
I do use it. It's on the network player. So this is basically, it's been a while. Let me read through what I wrote.
Because this looks like
this is to handle healing and everything. Just handle edge cases and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. So that this was local.
You know.
It's probably gonna deprecate local health monitor and private health UI.
I mean,
player health UI. I mean,
you can keep it there. Like, because it also handles the case where health is 0, so it doesn't keep reducing your health when it reaches 0, and it just monitors your health basically.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to consolidate health into like a simpler paradigm.
What's wrong with the current setup?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't think there is a simpler.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just think you were trying to, you had to do health in like a much more complicated way for like, assuming like combat and players shooting each other and
this could be really simple too. Like if you want to just like kill a player, you just like change health 999, and it just kills the player.
Yeah.
You just call this method.
Okay. I mean, in which case then I would guess I would just start to change player control manager. Well, basically once health hits 0, which I think is player control manager essentially. I just need a state machine that gets flipped when health hits 0. So I'll figure out where that is. Because I see revive player here. Change health, get health.
Yeah, so player control manager basically listens to when your health reaches 0 and do different shit.
Right. Do you know where? Because health manager sync and local health monitor, it doesn't look like there's a it doesn't look like there's a just a 0, like a where 0 out method or something like.
There's a player revive handler.
Oh, that is the that's what happens when we hit 0.
Yes. So search for that script and
down and revive. Okay, I have player revive handle. Okay. There's a lot of scripts for which I feel like should be it must have been kind of hard to put this together. So down and revive. Okay, so on update, if HP is 0, down and revive. Okay. So I think I might consolidate player revive handler and like health manager sync into just one. Because essentially what we're going to do is if health is 0, we're going to we're going to switch to a state in our state machine that is that's like death state, and then the health manager is also going to listen to the current state you're in, and if your state flips to like alive or revived, we like flip your or respawn, I should say, we flip all your values back.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well that's very helpful. Thank you.
Of course.
I don't think we need. I don't think there's anything else. Necessarily. Yeah. So I think I'll make a. I guess I'll make a separate one for vehicles or props. I think it's just easier.
Yeah, it is separate right now. Like I don't have a vehicle health manager. I think vehicle health is like specific to each vehicle, so they manage their own health.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, a centralized manager for vehicles would be nice. And props.
Yeah, wait, so why did you need to register players and not like vehicles? I guess it's because there's player and player avatar, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Network player is more tricky because there's like authority related to it, and you can't really modify any other network player at all. So,
that's right. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh, well, something I did find out actually. I hope this doesn't like blow a hole in your worldview. If I don't own the network transform for something or real-time transform for something, on collision entered still gets called.
On collision enter.
So if I like, if I don't, let's say I don't own the real-time transform for like an object that's got a collider on it. If that thing collides with another thing, on collision enter still runs. Same with like on trigger enter.
Right, because that's like Unity logic, right?
Yeah, so
it's not really related to core.
Right, yeah, you can't, it doesn't affect position. So I think you can have bullets, because I guess what I'm saying is I'm guessing the reason why you did it with the network player the current way you did it is because you wanted to have the player who's shooting the other player update that player's health. Right, or like,
no, that's precisely what I don't want. That's like the opposite.
well, sorry.
It's like,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I can't have a player modify another player's health. That's why I did it this way. So the bullet just basically detects a player, and the player writes its own changes to the.
Oh, okay. Manager. And then it syncs so that all the other. Okay, I'm understanding it. Okay, well that makes sense. Well, it shouldn't be a huge change. I'll just. I'm gonna change what happens at HP 0 and then just create a new, I guess, forked version of it for vehicles.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the help. That's it.
Cool. All right, man.
Catch you later.
I'm gonna go get some food. Yeah. Catch you later.
Peace, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure a lot of stuff out. Because essentially we're trying to do this. I've moved on to player death and vehicle death. And I think we still want to have health.
For the player.
Yeah, and vehicles and yeah, but we're not gonna show it right now because then we have to deal with damage and everything. So there's just gonna be a few things that kill you, and they just kill you by dealing like 1,000,000 damage. Gotcha. But we need to update the way that what happened, like, because right now you get stunned, right? So we need to update that to be like death, and death is a lot like getting stunned, except you respawn. But I think we also want like the explodey. I don't know. I want some like I had this feeling of like when you die, like we turn on rigid bodies for all of your like arms and head, and then we just like blow it all in different directions. And
so it comes off your body.
Yeah, like your whole like your body, it all just like blows up, and then and your camera like freezes where it is, and you can see that. I think that would be fun. And so it is actually it's a lot less work than I thought it was going to be, but we wanted to future-proof it, so vehicles, props, and people will all have health of some kind. And I'm just mulling over whether or not, because KT I guess did things in a centralized manager. He had to do it where it's like you registered the players, each player with like the health manager.
Yes, like their real-time avatar.
That's right, yeah. And I'm trying to think if I should do it that way and have like a beefy manager with like 3 dictionaries in it, or if I should try and figure out a way for vehicles, props, and players to handle their own health.
I feel like a beefy manager, like, it could become crazy, but it makes logical sense because, like, it's managing health generally, and like, I may need to affect multiple healths at the same time.
Yeah.
Say you drive over the car, the car explodes. Like, I would probably want it to explode too, maybe.
Well, yeah. So that's a good point, actually. The way that I'm thinking of doing death when we start is there's like a pattern where you do it's like a death zone. So when you like drive over a landmine, you like blow up an invisible sphere that anything in that area will be dealt like 1 million damage. But then you have everything in that area be like, oh, I'm dealing myself 1 million damage. But to your point though, there's also like this idea of, well, let's say I'm on a vehicle that for some reason explodes. What's the right way to do that? Do I do it again, where like I cast another little thing from the vehicle, or should it be more like a vehicle checks for players and then like kills them?
Because like, I mean, like at the moment you're saying the parts have health too.
That's right. So it'll do the same thing for them.
Yeah. So I'm like, I don't know. Like I feel like it could be extended to all of those things. For me, it would make sense to make it modular. Like, I think these are different systems. Like, there's health for parts. It's just like there's going to be scenarios where like they even want to modify it depending on like the type of death.
Yeah.
It's more complex. So yeah, I wonder. I mean, it'd be easier to start with fat and refactor out, but like, do you have to initialize all these things?
That's what I'm wondering, because I think we do at the moment. I think when we go into a new scene, we have to like spawn a health manager
for the whole scene.
Yeah.
It's like,
and then register everything with it.
in which case, I would say less things than one fat file. But
okay, well, let me think about it. Because there was a reason KT did this, obviously. Like, and I think it had to do with, because the network player, you don't own it. So I think
it's like you have to tell the data manager, and the person has to like
respond to it. Yeah. But I think you can still do it to where if I shoot a network player, oh, that's a good question actually. Do we deactivate it? Because do we ever cover? Do we just make it invisible, or do we actually deactivate the network player?
The network player?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's just mesh renders are off for whoever's local.
Okay, that's easy. Then in that case, then the colliders are still on, and so on collision enter.
Oh, you would just turn it visible and like hide your local, I guess.
Yeah. So I think what we should, if I'm, let's say I step on a landmine or I get shot by like a rocket, my network player, will, or my local player, probably either or is not a bad idea, will detect that and tell me to minus my own health.
Yeah.
Unless I'm crazy with that. No, that sounds right.
But the only thing that's network is the number, like for this health value.
Okay, here's something I guess that I didn't into. So KT has got a point. If I have my network player, right?
Yeah.
And you shoot me, right? If I'm like moving and you shoot me, right? My position and your position is going to be slightly different.
Yeah.
But what we accept is that we let the client who shot you
Act as if that's the truth.
that actually that's the truth, right? And so, but in that situation, there could be a situation where my network player doesn't get hit on my client.
Yeah, like to you.
Yeah, so even though you hit it, on collision enter doesn't run for both of us. Right?
Wait, like I thought this is why we don't, like we take certain shit off of the network player and it just literally follows your source of truth, like your local player has all the lives and shit.
Right, but I remember.
Yeah, like do we actually have like not like hitbox colliders, but like shit for interacting in the world on the network player?
I think I think we have hitboxes at least, right?
That would make sense. Like I'm hitting your network player. Like I need to send a message when I hit it.
Let's see. Head. It's got a collider on it. Torso. Maybe not, actually. I mean, there's a collider on the head, but
Yeah, that's like the hitbox rule, right?
is it for the whole thing though? Because I feel like if you hit him in the body, don't you?
I have no idea. I just know. I remember. I guess KT worked on this. He was like, "I'm gonna put a collider on this network player," and we like had a big argument about it.
Right. So there's a sphere collider here. All right, hold on. Let me just see if there's any others. So there's only one. All right, let me get KT back in here. Let me just ask him. Oh, it's a con this time, but a con's KT or whatever. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. Wait, what the fuck? Is my mic like not miking? No, it is. Just for some reason, Discord doesn't look like it wants to pick it up. There we go. Nope. Maybe not. It's my internet. Nope. Looks like my internet's fine. Hold on, let me leave and come back. Is my shit? No. What the fuck? Hold on, is my nope. It's not my internet. Wait, hold on.
Yo, can anybody hear anybody?
I can't. You can't hear. I say you're not coming up either.
I'm not hearing.
Is Discord just cooked right now? Wait, hold on. Let's see. Discord audio down. Let's see if we can be the first ones to catch it. Audio not down. Discord's audio service is currently operational.
No.
I don't know. Looks fine.
Status feeds.
Let's see. Discord status. API operational. Third party search voice operational. Atlanta. US East. Yeah, this is operational. This is wild. I can't even hear them. Let me see.
Anybody.
Hello? Hel- Hello? Nope. This is wild. I can't start video either. I think it is. I think we're. Let me try to turn on camera. Yeah, I can't even turn on my camera. Discord just might be kind of cooked right now. Awaiting endpoint.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
Fucking Google Meet. That's trash.
Exactly. Oh shit. Right before the IPO, man. That's how they. That's how they.
We want a better price.
Yeah.
Start fucking it up.
I am curious. I'm like, I'm not disappointed that Discord's IPOing. I'm just like, curious about it. Like, why? All right, this is a good workaround, Akon. I like it.
Are you seeing?
Yeah, it's like a cyber attack, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's like nothing's working. Hold on, say what's up.
Yo.
Yo.
Bless is good. What's poppin', man?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I need KT. I need him.
2v2.
2v2. Yeah, let's play.
Yeah, go
Play some Discord basketball 1v1 real quick. Yeah. All right, so I need a question about. Oh wait, hold on. Is audio back?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Well, it's back. Whatever. We'll stay on this. So I need a question about. So when you shoot somebody currently in the game right now,
Yeah.
what happens? Does the bullet detect a network player, or is it because there's only one collider on the network player, which is the head? I don't even know if it's used for anything. Or is it me hitting my local player?
Definitely not local player.
Okay.
Anything damage related is on the network.
Because I see network hitbox as a layer, but there's only one collider on the whole network player, and I feel like it's not that big. I don't know if I can't imagine we run our whole damage system through it.
The hitbox is the head, I think, on the network player.
Yeah.
Damn. So it's just the head. I had no idea. So walk me through it. A bullet hits the head, and then me as the client, or the network player that gets hit, says, like, who detects the hit, basically, is I guess what I'm asking.
All right. Can you open up this script? It's called Missile Projectile.
Yeah. Hold on.
It has the answer you're looking for.
Yes. Okay. So missile projectile. I got it. What am I looking at?
Yeah. So basically, on collision, the enter has different paths, and it does damage to different things that you can say. As you can see, it does damage to orb, like block mass. That's like no damage at all, but it spawns the effects to just destroy the object. Damage to like obstacles, traffic flash shit that can be used for the props. But in case you want to write your own thing, and generic damage path, that is the player damage. So if there is a real-time view, and we make sure this only runs on the player who owns the real-time view, so it doesn't run multiple times. We look for the health manager in the scene, and then we round the damage and change the health on that player.
Right.
On our ID higher.
So because you see the call real time view is on locally self. That just makes sure that only the player who owns the network player is calling this.
Okay.
So he's applying his own damage when he gets hit.
Right. So just roam with me for a second. So theoretically, let's say we're really desynced, right? And in my client, I hit this network player. On collision enter will run for the shooting client, but maybe not necessarily the shot client.
But the collider is on the network player though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I guess, like, let's say you're in China, I'm here, right? We take worst desync scenario. And by the way, this could be fine. I'm not like I'm just trying to understand exactly how the system works. Right now we're assuming that on collision enter is also running on the client who got shot.
Yes.
Like we have enough sync that both, like, I'm seeing myself shoot you and you're seeing yourself get shot.
I think the desync you're talking about is mainly the position. So
yeah.
The fact that the bullet hits and the thing gets triggered, no matter where you are, no matter how desync you are, you could be on the other side of the map. But if the bullet hits and the collision registered, that gets called on every client. So there won't ever be a case where that gets fired for you, but not for me. That's like a universal thing.
I don't think does on collision enter... So what I know about Normcore is that on collision enter fires... It's like, it doesn't matter about... It'll fire on both clients, but does it fire if one client collides with it, but not every other one?
I don't think so. I think it fires for everyone. Also, you can treat it as like a...
Let me check.
Like a local thing, I think. It doesn't matter for a network.
Well, because the only reason I'm asking is, like, right now we're assuming that both clients are running on collision enter, and so me as the receiving client, I can update health, and this should still work totally fine. I mean, for landmines, it's not like they're moving at speed, right? I'm just trying to think about how the system's being currently run. There is an edge case, I think, where the client who's supposed to update their own health doesn't actually register the hit, and so they don't update their health.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I've never seen that happening.
I don't think. I mean, yeah, it would have to be like crazy fucking desync. And I don't really think there's a world where where this happens in our like current sandbox. Okay, well, that's all I needed to know, because I just needed to understand how the system got triggered. Okay, well that's helpful. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but either way, I don't think this is like a very intense like shooting game, so it probably wouldn't matter if you miss one or two, like, although I've never seen it miss, but
yeah,
it does.
Well, see, yeah, that's the thing. I'm less worried about I'm actually less worried about I think in this sandbox, a lot of clients are going to be triggering shit for themselves, which is fine. Like, I'm going to run over a landmine, right? Like that type of shit where it's going to be in my time. So that desync is going to be less of a concern. I wanted to make sure I understood the rules. Because I might upgrade some things depending on that. Because I want to make I maybe want to make like a generic damager class. Because my strategy is I think I'm gonna do death as a death zone. So like if I run over a landmine, I'm gonna blow up a invisible collider like very big, and then everything that's in that collider is gonna tell themselves to apply like a thousand, or like infinite damage.
We can just do it this way. If you want to make like a damager class, this is the script you should refer to.
Yeah.
For players, props, all that.
Yeah.
Basically refactor this or just reuse this.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. All right. Later.
Of course.
Okay. I think we're back on Discord. I don't know. I started seeing my. No. Oh wait. Maybe we are. I don't know. Yeah. Are we back? Okay. Yeah. I'm popping up green again. That was a wild little moment though. Double check about.
Yeah. There we go. I don't know what happened.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know. I didn't know that. I mean, we don't. I mean, I don't think there's ever a situation where we parent a rigid body to another one, or parent something in the game to something else that doesn't have a rigid body. But Normcore would apparently really fuck up if we did that. So I'm glad we don't, but I don't think we'll have any props that do that. Like we're already making a rule that if we have this like is attachable flag, so some props won't be attachable. It's like a soccer ball.
Yeah.
Won't be like you can't put it on things. But you can attach shit to it. Just can't attach shit to it.
But the UX on that is I got just a soccer ball and nothing about stuff.
Yeah. Because right now the way that Con and KT are actually doing it, what we should all play together actually is I keep showing them videos of OG Gary's mod, and it's essentially like our game is slowly becoming it. Hold on.
All right, Nico.
It's like one of my
I can
favorite
apparently
YouTube
unlock
videos
your
of all
stuff.
time,
Yeah,
but
figure out. No, let go. Nico,
very-
just let go.
I locked it back.
Okay,
in.
no, I'm doing this. All right,
So, like-
Nico.
the system
What do you think?
is quite similar
Why is
to.
it pushing out so much,
Let me see.
Whoa. Hey. All right, Nico.
I can apparently unlock your stuff.
Yeah, figure out. Yes.
Hey, what are you
So-
doing?
They weren't.
Like
Dude,
what you
dude.
do is you have this like
My
I
space.
put an object on the other one. Once they're touching, we'll have like a oh you're touching this other object. Like these two things could be joined, and then you click the
It's actually
trigger,
doing pretty good.
and it's like welded.
So now let's put some stabilizers on this.
Yeah.
Wait, try flying it right now.
Yeah.
I'm in it.
So that's like the current
Okay, ready?
at least.
Yeah.
But so if you have something that isn't that's like physics, you're not going to be able to. It'll just like be bouncing off of it and stuff like that. You can't like. You're not going to get that confirmation thing.
3, 2, 1.
This game's fire though.
Going here, Brandon. You see this? Oh, something's wrong. Something's seriously wrong with the design, dude. Oh, you gotta tighten those things down. Wrong with the design, dude. Oh, you gotta tighten those things down.
Nice one. Oh, whoa! Get back here. Hey, seriously. If you want to be productive, do it elsewhere. Nico, let go, please. There we go. Thank you.
Undo, undo. What did I just do? I just exploded my thing.
Shit's been busy for 38 minutes. It's because I haven't pulled any commits, so I just like pulled the most recent shit. And it's like rebuild your library, so I did, and it's like cooked.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, so
Honestly, 40 minutes. I feel like that seems about right.
but it stopped. Like this was the last step. Like like it hits the full bar and then it resets and shit. This just happened.
Yeah. You want water?
I have my water bottle actually, so I'm good.
Oh, perfect.
Appreciate it though.
Give Chris shit initially, but I'm getting some serious mileage out of the Stanleys.
Yo, actually.
Yeah. Because I didn't realize it was like this big of a bottle.
Like I'm drinking more water at one time.
Yeah.
Okay.
My sink's like pretty. Water comes out pretty cold, but I don't like stock up on ice.
Yeah.
So that's my one problem is that it's like if I want it really cold, it's not like I can put it in the fridge. It's insulated. It's gonna take like 4 days to get cold.
That shit does stay cold. I put some cold hotel water in there.
Yeah.
Like the first day I got it, and I didn't even touch that water bottle till today.
Yeah.
It's still cold.
Yeah.
What the fuck? All right, this is outrageous. I'm going to.
You want to swap to your branch on my?
I think I should be good. Like I think I just have to delete this library, like again, or some shit like that. It's because I don't use this laptop.
I feel that.
I never open this shit, and then I travel, and then I'm on like hotel Wi-Fi trying to fucking do everything.
Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. When I was in South Africa, and I was like, I got my shit, everything. I'm responsible. Yeah. I'm like, let me open my laptop, start to work. I like open my laptop and look, and I'm like, oh fuck, wait a minute, I didn't. The headset. I was like, I just had this vision of it just sitting on my desk. I was like, fuck.
That's hard.
Yeah, it's fine though.
Yeah, I thought you were about to like hit me up and be like, yo, I need this. I was like,
no.
Yes, bro's okay.
There's no way. I mean, I think I actually. I was talking about the other sandbox thing.
It's a paid game.
Yeah, it's paid. It was solo dev. Yeah, it's dope. I mean, it's like really, really cool. And you like, so you make this boat just out of like putting all the shit together. And you like chop it up and you like make whatever sizes and shit you want. It's like very cool. Very, 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 very like this shit. Yeah. So the guy, he's like a Japanese guy, developed it, and he released it on Steam like 4 years ago, and then on App Lab, I guess a year ago, and now it's in like but supported platforms, Quest 2 as well. I mean, this guy, I guess, is very, very well optimized. But yeah, like 28 ratings. But I just think yes, it's tight as fuck. But yeah, $20. $20 is $20. That's tough. Today's economy.
Very tough.
20 Robux though,
Yeah.
bro. Catch me with that.
$20 for a fucking 13-year-old is like $100.
I'm just trying to think about if you know, like there's a like failed bid for Roblox, if that like actually went through.
Oh, like better try to buy
Yeah.
Robux. But see, like they have to buy the whole stock, like all that shit.
Yeah.
Pretty expensive stock.
Yeah. And yeah, it would have been nuts. I just don't even know what they would have done. I don't know if they would have done nothing to it.
Probably that would be the smartest thing.
Probably, yeah. I'm surprised that I wonder if they tried to buy it earlier. You know, because like when Mark bought Instagram, you know, it was like he overpaid but like underpaid.
Yeah.
I wonder if there was ever a time where they tried to buy it like
Before.
a while ago, but I don't know if they had the vision. Maybe I don't know.
Think so.
It's hard to.
Hopefully pre-IPO, but like who really knew Roblox is gonna be that in like 2022?
Facts. Those who knew, I guess. I don't know.
They even trying to do fucking metaverse shit.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. Net income is trash though.
For Roblox?
Yeah.
Really?
They're losing like 275 mil a quarter.
That they gotta be. I thought they were rolling in it. There's no. What money are they spending? Server costs? Like, what distribution do they need?
Yeah,
like,
like.
I mean, I guess all that UGC maybe comes at a cost, you know. But I thought they would have figured that out.
Net income is garbage.
I mean,
they have debt and they're paying that shit off. I mean, they do obviously make money, but like they're spending all of that shit just to operate.
Wow.
At alarming rates.
I mean, I guess they improve the Roblox engine like a lot all the time. They're like constantly updating it, but still, I feel like there's a way you can do that where you make money. Like shit, if Discord can do it, fucking anybody can do it. Valve can do it. Just gotta think longer term, I guess.
Oh shit, is it Darkbot 4?
Yeah, bro.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah. Get a peek at the sun now because you're not gonna see it anymore. Yeah, that's part of the problem. Is it's really easy to miss Yeah, I'll be like working, and then I'll be like, ah, fuck, it's just dark now, I guess.
It is just dark.
Yeah.
Is this shit error occurred?
Resolving
dependencies.
Adaptive performance, vector graphics. That sounds important.
But I feel like I could figure this out. I just want to browse.
Oh, you couldn't, but no, you couldn't delete it. It wasn't letting you. I guess it was open in a program. I think, yeah, whenever I delete my library, I have to close like Unity Hub. I have to close like the version control. Like I have to close so much shit. Oh, upcoming. Oh, check it out. I didn't even read this. Interest management API.
See, that's clutch.
I didn't know we could do that. I mean, I don't think we're going to have that many people that... I mean, we have GPU bottlenecks before that, but even just the ability to turn off... Because they used to do it where you had to, you know, you had like multiple rooms in one area, right? And then you had to like just switch room. But that could be clutch. In that case, then I might make the decision to
Now, of course, you could start with them all inspector, so let's rides.
Cull,
Go off, no material disable, just in case the... Now, when we remove a target mark it as null, stir with the then let's
so I'm gonna, like,
from
draw
we
out
disable
really
all of the
far
cast
for the
change handler.
environment, and
Try
then
this out. Let's call
I'll
the
cull
value
shit,
we're
like,
fading
with,
to.
like, LEDs
Where's
and stuff like that.
That would be clutch.
But I think because
remove
there's
our
this
entry from the manager.
I remember
Culling
watching
logic.
this
Let's
video
just
a while
fire the
back from like GitHub.
Notice too, I added a
culling
little
group
counter
API
in the game
where you
view
can,
so that I can see how many are
and
visible
I think
and how
just
many
adding
have
that
been
like
culled.
fade
So
or
you
something
can probably
like that.
imagine how
something,
easy it is to add more types of behavior to this. Maybe you
to make it
want
look a little-
some kind of
little better.
dissolve VFX. Maybe you want sounds to play.
Alright, fire. Hey yo.
person, bro?
Yeah.
That shit. So, I gotta pronounce this shit.
Gachi Akuda. I don't know.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Let's watch like 3 episodes of that shit.
Yeah.
That shit's
Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Fire.
I assume you're already current then.
I'm current. Yeah.
But, okay.
Yeah.
Bet.
It's I'm usually against my better wishes. Usually I let like a whole season or 2 seasons go and then like binge it, but it did seem pretty fire. The art style and also the artist, like, well, she denied it, but it's like kind of hard to deny. She like inserted herself into it. I'll show you.
The author got commander of the introduced Kyoka, who was a commander. So we were introduced to Kyoka, who was
Yeah, so Kyoka, like this character, right?
Yeah.
So she looks cool, right? But this is the that's the artist. So this is the original like author. She just chucked herself in there, which I love. Honestly, I love when people do that. But no, it is gas.
gaslighting us. Or you're telling the truth. She wasn't a self-insert, and you died to the author because.
Speaking of fuck, who is it? It was so there I was going through the rabbit hole of this the guy who made that other game, the fucking sandbox one that I showed you. And he's also making so no, well, he's not making this, but he's making something for this for basketball. So these are all streamers, like VTubers. But what they did is they had like actual soccer players put on all this motion capture shit. And so none of these people are the actual streamers, obviously. But they all have these avatars, and they have them like they had them play soccer for like an hour. And it's been like a huge hit. So there's like a whole league now where these like VTuber personalities on Twitch will like play sports, but they'll get real athletes to play the sports. And so this guy was making a basketball version of this shit. And essentially it's just about like putting trackers on a basketball and making sure that it can still like roll. So you gotta like put them in it. But it's like a whole it's like a whole new thing. And apparently it's going crazy.
Placement there.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat throwing in their predictions. Let us know who you think is going to come out on top.
Yeah. This is just actual people in a warehouse somewhere playing fucking 3-on-3, man. It's like.
There might have been this thing we call taking it easy.
So
and I don't
have you seen those? God, what is it like? Fake sports gambling. What the fuck is it? Fake. It's a gambling site. ask chat this. Yes, that's right. Right, yeah. Of course it's banned. There's yeah. So this is what the fuck it is. It's this like website's called like 1xBet where you go on and it's just people playing these like random ass games. You know, they're playing like, and it's like there's like hundreds of games going on. Like I swear to God, it's like 3-on-3, fucking volleyball, fucking tennis, like, and you could bet on all of them. Like you can bet on all of them, and there's this like huge there's this huge controversy that they're all like fake, you know, because when you watch, like, these guys aren't really playing, you know, they're like, I mean, who are these people, who are these athletes, you know, and so it's all like rigged, but it
100%, like, you are supposed to lose.
yeah, but it's fucking fascinating. Like there's a whole like deep like syndicate of these like dumb, and they're playing dumbass activities like snail racing, like fucking like these guys will be playing horseshoe, they'll be playing like yeah, like random shit.
Online poker.
It's like random shit, and they're all like who the fuck is tuning in on a Tuesday to watch like a bunch of guys play 3-on-3 in like a fucking in a random ass like you know, arena, but it's like a whole thing, and it's apparently like a massive business. Yeah, it's crazy.
That shit is wild.
Yeah, well, fucking prediction markets are getting
same shit.
They're getting
like, yeah. Let's just bet on who next bet shares.
I feel like, and you know, in a totally hypothetical way, not breaking the law, you gotta be able to just insider trade the ever-living fuck out of it. But like blatant, like because they'll be like poly markets for like, oh, is Trump gonna get asked a question about like this? I could be the journalist that's in the room and just put like $100 grand in the market on,
and ask the question,
and then ask the question myself. Like, the guys who are at like the Pentagon have got to be just like laying crazy odds on like Venezuela. Have got to be just like, there was that whole controversy about like whether or not we actually invaded Venezuela, so Polymarket didn't want to pay. Yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, it's like there's this one. I think there's this guy on Twitter who everybody thinks is like some Mossad insider because he like made. He has a 100% win rate on the Poly market.
That's right.
And he's won like millions of dollars, but he's only been betting like whenever the Israeli military is gonna like do something. Yeah, yeah. And it's like, I don't know. I'm just like, have you seen? Did I show you the Russia-Ukraine? Okay, hold on. Polyglobe. Alright. So this is an open source intelligence project, which
you showed me this.
yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's like where you can fucking they have all these poly markets on
the map.
On the map. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy work.
They have the fucking Domino's tracker for the.
Oh, this is the pizza tracker. Yeah. Which my brother tries to swear is bullshit. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems like it. It seems like it works. But yeah, man, we're in a strange plot. And it kind of seems like there's nothing we can do about this. Like, I don't know, how the fuck do you regulate a prediction market? You just don't allow it?
Pretty much.
But I think the problem is nobody realized that there's like a legitimate value in predicting things.
I mean, like, the shits are pretty accurate, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, because, like, it's being framed as gambling exclusively. Like,
which is what makes everybody chill with it.
Yeah, which is weird.
Yeah, because it's like, it's definitely not.
Yeah.
Like, this shit influences elections and, like, fucking...
I feel like with insider trading, it's, like, super clear.
Yeah.
Like, the limits. You can't stop this shit. Like, I don't know how you can stop this shit.
But you could make a poly market for, like, oh, is X company gonna buy Y company? And then it's the same shit. I mean, technically speaking, I think Kalshi has like limits. So that's why like poly market has been like they're like the we don't give a fuck, like anything goes, and then like Kalshi has like, but even Kalshi is like, it's kind of crazy work. Like, I've seen some of their ads and stuff like that. It's like, this is sus. Like, this is very sus, and they're trying to put on like a clean like image. I'm not gonna lie though, the fucking Polymarket founder story is just inspirational. Like he was a New York guy. He was fucking around in New York when we were hanging out here, and in like 2021, and he was building. He had like a picture where he was like making Polymarket, and his office was his bathroom, and that was when he first got raided by the FBI. They like kicked the door open to his bathroom and like took his computer and shit. And then he was like, and then now he's still going.
Change the world.
Which is like, I'm sure he doesn't care because he's rolling in like billions of dollars, but like, it is kind of sucks that like, you know, the Kalshi people just kind of come in and they're like a little cleaner around the edges, and now suddenly they're the prediction market of the world.
CFTC.
Yeah. Now they get to be the people that like are under all the news banners and everything. It's like, bro.
Nah, but people who know, they
yeah.
They know.
They know the truth.
People who are raking money in on the fucking is Is Jesus coming back?
Yo, that was crazy.
That's like the
I didn't even know that was
easy call. Like
yeah.
Every time.
I think you beat U.S. Treasuries doing that. Which is also like if he does come back, I don't think that's gonna be that's not gonna be the biggest of your worries, you know. The thing that I would love though is like I would love the guy who's like tries to nah, he's back.
Yeah, like this is him.
This is him. Like at some point somebody would have to make a call, and that's the funnier bit. Like as the authority for whether it's the second coming is coming down to whether Kalshi calls it or fucking Polymarket calls it. Is there a... Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. Before 2027. That seems...
I feel like the crazier part is now we're thinking of all of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like before it'd be like, yeah, I'm not really trying to put a date on, war.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, I'm trying to be very exact.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's coming in
2 years.
Yeah.
2 years.
Straight up. Basically putting out of the money calls on war. Damn. I hope Thailand and Cambodia can chill the fuck out. I was trying to go there at one point.
No chill.
Dude, yeah, actually. Yeah, strike Iran on January 17th. 134,000 volume. 24-hour volume is 134,000.
And someone knows the answer.
Yeah,
like,
somebody.
Like a...
Yeah, that's crazy. Alright, let me fucking just go to Polymarket. Dude, that was crazy work. One day out of office, he's like, all right, boys, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. So 23rd, 18th is 15%, 23rd is 24%. Also, it's by ... It's not if, it's by 52 million vol. By June 30th, 56%. It's over a coin flip. Yeah, see, one of those things that I'm like, it's one of those like, yeah, world economy could be really screwed up, but it'd be cool for us would be like new Fed chair. Turn it on, man. Let's get 1% interest rates out here. We got 6 months. We need to raise some cash, please.
But it's gonna happen. Like,
yeah.
Already the amount of shit happening, I'm like, that's low stakes. not a bubble.
No change. Yeah, it's not a bubble. If you keep inflating it, it can't pop. We're at 467 tweets for Elon right now.
His tweet count.
Between January 9th and January 16th. That's fucking that's a week. He's got 467 tweets in a week. That's crazy work. Also because I know that he's doing that. He doesn't have shit. He doesn't have people fucking tweeting for him. Let's see. Registration. still going?
So I got the editor to open, but now I'm in fucking tick preload manager for 8 minutes.
What?
Yeah.
What is that?
I have no idea what the fuck this is.
Tick.
It's still the same two packages. I'm just trying to open the window and delete. But I have to go do the file manager or some shit. So bad.
I mean, we can switch over on mine. I mean, if you think it's gonna go faster.
I don't know if it's gonna do shit, but
Because you updated. This is an updated version of Unity.
this is the same version.
Okay.
The same. It's 50, right? 50 F.
Yeah, 50 F1. Yeah. Well, damn.
The renderer for a really cheap. Static batching are both optimization techniques.
I will not switch to the development branch.
Oh, I think there's some weird package on it. This fucking shit out.
Oh.
Yeah, there's two. I just deleted them directly from the manifest.json and that fixed.
Okay. Kind of makes sense because I made it a child branch of main, like, without. It's like a very old version of main. I think it could have. I don't know.
Yeah, it had some shit.
It had some shit that, you know, did not like the merge.
That's alright. I'll just switch back to
So it's actually doing some like research on graphics optimization a couple days ago, and I didn't know that going all the way back to dots, like entity component type shit. So in Unity, if you use dots, and so instead of game objects, you have entities. You can actually do like entity-based rendering. So you can like batch entities together, and apparently it's like how people get like thousands and thousands and thousands of objects.
Yeah, it's like way more efficient.
Yeah.
Just like the underlying data is fucking accessed and stored, like both faster and less data.
Yeah, but it's just
it's extremely different.
It's
No more
extreme,
game
yeah.
objects, managers to manage managers,
Yeah.
and shit. Like
It's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah.
And I guess it comes with like a lot of restrictions, like essentially. Like, your game's not gonna be able to do certain things. But it is cool. It'd be cool to try and do some shit like that at some point for another game in the future, maybe.
I think so. Like, for me, it's always like, it would be dope to do some shit where like you kind of like have like a larger open world.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, there's so much shit you have to hide and performantly show. And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, you have to use dots or some shit like that.
Yeah.
You have to fucking include shit. But like, for me, like, that's the beauty of VR. Like, if you could have an open world, like, you could really experience and touch that shit.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, performance-wise,
It's crazy. But it would be, I mean, I feel like you could also make like a pretty minimal game that everybody's just like, yo, there's so much shit on screen. You know? Like,
also true.
Like, where it's sort of unbelievable.
Oh, I gotta show you this shit from the fucking space-time Discord. There's this dude making like an MMO, and I think it's PC VR, but like, he has like 100 people on screen in fucking VR, and that shit is like mind blowing to me because like
Even PC, it's like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's making me think about why I haven't seen a game where you're underwater in VR yet.
Like that.
Doing like this shit.
Yeah, no, like you get to swim everywhere. Like, nah, that's actually fucking genius. Like,
I mean, I get why not, because you don't actually, your feet, you would fight, like, the presence is like, you don't, the whole illusion kind of falls apart when you go straight.
Yeah.
But like, up, I don't know. You could even, I don't know, it could even be like you're not, I don't know, but I feel like that would, just having like a shitload of like fish and shit, just all fucking like
all around.
Some Subnautica shit, but